Okay. Okay, are we ready to begin? 6 o'clock. All right. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And we do have a quorum. We have 4 out of the 5 council members present this evening. Councilor Bradshaw is out of town due to his business, his work, but has asked to be excused at the next meeting, which we will make sure that occurs. So, with that said, if you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, we do have an executive session on agenda item number 2, and we will be back here at 6:30. If we're not finished, we'll continue the executive session at the end of the meeting. I just want to let everyone know that. So let me read that. Agenda item number 2, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, and Section 551.087, deliberation regarding the amendment to the purchase contract between the City of Leon Valley and One Stop Group, LP. So at this time, 6:02, we will move to executive session and stand in recess until we get back. Thank you. Okay. We are back from executive session at 6:32, reconvening, and we have citizens to be heard, agenda item number 4 next. If you have anything that you'd like to share with the council, please come forward, state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Okay, good evening. Mr. Riley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Darby Riley, I live on Forest Way, and I'm here as a member of the board of the Leon Valley Historical Society, which originally has a relationship with the Huebner Onion Natural Area because we helped to start it and had a lease on it for 10 years from 05 to 15. I'm here to talk about the San Antonio water system. They have an easement to put water and sewer lines in Huebner Creek. In the last 20 years, SAWS has caused extensive damage to the creek bed within the natural area. A current significant problem is a concrete-covered gray water line, which was originally buried in the creek bed. But it is eroded and now protrudes about 6 feet above and across the creek bed. It forms a dam which diverts water from the creek into the adjacent natural area, and I know many of y'all have seen this on the east side of the creek. Over the last 15 years or so, this diversion has formed a canyon which is now about 20 feet wide, about 20 feet deep, and about 30 yards long. And it gets longer, deeper, and wider with every big rain. SAWS has indicated it will contribute to solving this issue. The Leon Valley Historical Society Board has been discussing a possible remedy for this serious erosion, which would also enhance the natural area. That is to build a bridge across the creek and install the gray water line into the bridge structure to eliminate the dam effect. In other words, build it into the bridge and build it over the creek. SAWS has indicated that it will correct the obstruction of the gray water line in the creek. Why not ask SAWS to contribute to a bridge over the creek that would incorporate the water line into the bridge? The alternative would be to dig a deeper trench to rebury the line, but that remedy is probably going to just result in the further erosion as did the first time they buried it. The bridge would allow people to access both sides of the natural area and enhance the public's enjoyment of both the natural area and both the Bandera Road frontage and the Huebner Onion Homestead and the natural area. Scout and school groups could easily tour both the homestead and the natural area. Right now it's difficult. The Historical Society hopes that the city will consider this solution. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. Ms. Hill, how are you this evening?
Fine, thank you, Mayor. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Council, nice to see you this evening. My name is Kathy Hill. I reside at 6326 Mary Jamison Street, and I'm the president of the Leon Valley Historical Society. I encourage you to consider this idea. We should bring in other players, the San Antonio River Authority and some other organizations, to see what kind of funding might be available to help us solve a problem and enhance the park experience for the community. I also want to invite you and the members of the public to the Historical Society's annual meeting that's going to be held on Thursday evening at the Leon Valley Public Library beginning at 6:30. We have a geologist speaker, Gary Schindel. He was the chief science officer for the Edwards Aquifer Authority, and he's going to talk about the geology of Leon Valley, what's underneath our feet, what's in the Huebner Onion Natural Area. If you have rocks or fossils that you've ever wondered about. You kind of dug them up in your yard when you were gardening. Bring them with you because he'll try to identify them for you. And then he'll kind of tell us a little something interesting too. So you're all welcome to come. We'll have some refreshments after, and then we do our meeting, and the public is welcome to sit in on that and kind of hear what the Historical Society has been up to and what our plans are for the rest of the year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Oh, all right. Good evening, Miss Joseph. How are you? Good to see
Thank you. Good to see y'all.
Huh.
Hi, Lynn Joseph, 6423 Trotter. I want to address a little bit different, from a different angle. I'm up on the east side of the creek, back up as you're heading towards Apple Creek. As most of you know, they're doing a lot of infrastructure for the last almost 2 years now. And they have widened the creek. If you go down and look at the bridge on Evers, you will notice that there is dirt partway up onto the culverts, which by law they have to convert the creek back to its original flow. Don't know when it's going to happen and how much is that going to really happen, is really going to happen. And Melinda assures me that they're, and saws. But if you look at the culvert, and because it's a little smaller right now, what rain we do have, it pencil necks all that into the park, and then it flows down into Bandera, where it goes into the LC-17, and then it widens out again. So you've got a big gush of water that is coming in there and eroding even more. So there really, and that's not going to change much. So there really needs to be something done to help protect the park and the natural area and the homestead. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for those comments. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll go to agenda item number 5, possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. Unfortunately, we need more time to discuss this agenda item because I really made a commitment to start our meeting on time. So we will continue the executive session at the end of the meeting. So just wanted to announce that. Then agenda item number 6, presentations. Presentation 6.1, presentation and discussion over the allocation of personnel services shared from the enterprise fund back to the general fund for fiscal year 2026. This is a continuation of our discussion. I'm sure Dr. Caldera will summarize that, what we've done already, and this is the second piece.
Sure.
Thank you and welcome.
So just a little bit of a recap. I presented at the last meeting $245,000 that we moved. That was quote unquote leftover in your general fund reserve for this year. And then I remind you that 95,000 of that was, interest from ARPA funds. And so we estimated about 135, but what we went ahead and did is we did the 245,000 and we reallocated those monies back into general fund. So instead of paying for those proportion salaries from the water fund, we went ahead and moved those salaries over into general fund. The council requested, I think it was Councilor Bradshaw, so I know he's not here this evening, but he requested what would our budget look like if we were to move the salaries over to what we thought those salaries would look like. And so I went through our percentage listings and I moved, these are the ones that I moved over. I also included in the packet all of the percentages that were allocated in the water fund, just in case we can have an open discussion. This isn't the end-all be-all, but if you see percentages in there that you're not comfortable with or you have questions on, then we can have that conversation. These are just the ones that I tweaked, but again, there's other percentages that I didn't touch that I thought they needed to stay the way that they were. So if you have questions on those, I did include those in your packet, but they're not in this PowerPoint. So the ones that I changed were the assistant finance director. We had her split 20, 20, and 10. What I did was between her and the finance director, the way I did it and the way I calculated it is you essentially have 9 funds. And so I just did the percentage based on the 9 funds. So 10, 20, 30 is what I did for the finance director and the assistant finance director. They do all the AP for the water. They handle all the budgets for the water. They handle all the financial reports for the water. So I estimate they probably spend about 30% of their time on water. So I did that. As far as myself, I had already reduced myself on the last one, but I went ahead and reduced myself to about 15%. And again, these past couple of weeks, I've been dealing with nothing but water. So it does ebb and flow. Sometimes I spend 30% of my time, 40% of my time, and so I put 15%, as an average. But sometimes we do spend more time than others on projects. The city secretary, same thing. I split her 5% across the board. She does the minutes and the agendas and all that stuff for the water department. HR director, she does all the hiring, so I handled her the same way I handled the finance. There's 9 departments, so I split her 3 ways, just like I did the finance department. But she handles all the hiring, terminations, disciplinary actions, payroll stuff with the water department. The payroll clerk, Angela, does all the payroll, so I split her the same way, came up with the same justification, 9 departments, split them 3 ways. The public works director, I did reduce her. David Demeline is the one that has the water license, but right now, Melinda's probably spending 70% of her time on water stuff. And so, again, it just ebbs and flows with time, but I did reduce her slightly from 25 to 15, and I did 15, 15, and 10. So those are the only percentages that I changed. Everybody else, from what I can tell, looks pretty clean in the water department. I did submit those allocations to y'all so you can take a look at those. We utilize a construction crew. Everybody in public works touches water. All of your maintenance people, everybody over there touches the water department. The water department, for those of you that don't know, is only really a 4-man crew. And so you can't within regulation change a huge water line or water main break. So we have to pull people from construction crew, and that happens regularly. And so I felt like those percentage splits in public works were accurate. And just so kind of take a look at next year, if we stayed within the timeline of this year, you saw the 244,000, and then 95 of that was the ARPA interest. And then in FY 2026, you would need about 263,000. And so I was pretty right on when I was telling you it's about $500,000 I was anticipating that would need to be moved over into general fund if that was something y'all wanted to consider. If you take the 95,000 out for next year, because we're not going to have that interest in ARP funds, and it was a $75 difference, you would have to reallocate a total of $358,000, which would roughly be a tax increase of 0.35 if that's something you wanted to consider. If everything stayed the same, and that's just to move the salaries over. That's not salary increases, COLAs, merits, anything like that. That's just base moving what we currently have over. Mm-hmm. You would need to increase your tax rate by 0.35.
Okay, very good. So
any questions?
That's quite a big number there. All right. Did we have any other questions or comments from the council or from anyone in our chambers on this? No action tonight. This is just information.
And I'm sad Mr. Bradshaw's not here this evening, but he was the one that requested this item, so hopefully he's watching from home.
Exactly.
But that's what that would look like.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And I think you're up next as well. Yes. Agenda item 6.2, presentation, discussion, and prioritization of future city infrastructure needs. And Dr. Caldera, if you'll continue, we appreciate that. Thank you.
So the council asked, hey, what do we keep hearing we have this coming up and that coming up. And so I've been trying for a while to kind of get y'all focused in on all of, I say needs, but some of these aren't needs. Some of them are really wants or quality of life issues. And so I wanted y'all to see what you had upcoming that was going to cost you a substantial amount of money. And so we do a 10-year capital plan, and so we try to assess 10 years out. What I did was I just took the next 3 years because I felt like that was within a reasonable amount of time for you to kind of really take a look at those items. You have some other equipment purchases and stuff that are going to come up, but I took a snapshot of the next 3 years of the things that we've been talking about doing. And so it's my responsibility to inform you of all your infrastructure needs, everything that's coming up. I went back for the last 20 years. No city manager has ever presented to you a full encompassing needs assessment of some sort. They've given it to you piecemeal, and I think that's been the problem is that y'all vote on items individualistically without taking into consideration that you have other needs that need to be addressed. And so again, I went 3 years back. Or 3 years forward and took a look at anything over 100,000. And so some of the things to consider is like the Public Works building. That's been a topic of conversation. There were some estimates done, and that rough estimate was about $2.5 million. That building was built in 1984. It's been up for conversation since at least 2014 when we built this building, and so it's been in constant conversation. We attempted to go for a bond before the interest rates went through the roof. The Bond Oversight Committee just took too long, and so the interest rates went through the roof by the time they made a decision, and so we shelved that project.
And what year was that, Crystal?
When I came on,
Was it-
2021, 22.
Okay, right. Thank you.
The
And
full-
that was the estimate at that time.
That was
That
the
doesn't mean that
so
this is the
I
estimate.
did add, if you take, there's a footnote way at the bottom. I went in and pulled the CPI for construction cost off of the Department of Labor. And so there's a calculator on there and you can put in and it does an adjustment for you. I don't know if it's like necessarily accurate. So at the
Okay.
time, I think it was like 2.2 million. And so it brought it up to
I see.
2.5.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's why I put an estimate, but it could be more than that. It could be closer to 3 million. The Forest Oaks pool, we did get a couple of estimates on that, and it ranged from 2.9 to 3.6, but they also said that the pool could be just seal coated again, and we could do some plumbing work. And so no building, just the pool and like a pergola would be 1.1 million. If you wanted to do like a prefab building over there, it would be an additional 847,000, because you do need to update your restrooms over there. They're gross. So that would be something that would need to be considered. I don't know a nicer way to put it. So that's the one, it's roughly about 1.1 million or like closer to 2. The other thing is we were looking at some energy efficient grants and stuff. The problem is I don't have plans available. And so if this is something serious that the council wants to consider for us to go for, I need the council to commit to one of those options, and so I could develop plans for that area, and so we could start at least attempting to go for some grants. I'm hoping we could maybe land like a Parks and Rec grant or something like that. The community pool is still unknown. I know y'all have given me authorization to fill it in. I haven't touched it. It's not compliant. It's leaking a lot of water. It does need a complete overhaul over there. But I don't know what y'all want to do with that yet. If y'all want to fill it in, make it a dog park, splash pad, a chess board, just rec area, or what y'all want to do. So that will be dependent on the cost. Or if you just want to fill it in, close it off, and leave it a grassy knoll, that would be a lot cheaper. I just don't know what y'all want to do with that.
Well, I was thinking if we're repairing Forest Oaks, what would be our alternative while we're repairing Forest Oaks?
So
We
you
could possibly use that pool.
We would have to make some modifications. Every year, every summer, you hear of kids getting hurt in the pool, whether it's electrocuted, sucked into a pump, those pools were built, in the 70s. And so they're not, we've made repairs and we've done our best to try to become compliant, but you're nowhere near the standards that you need to be for those pools that I would deem safe. And so, yes, we could make some small repairs, open it up, that kind of thing, as a temporary solution. And that's one of the reasons I hadn't jumped when y'all said to fill it, because I want to make sure that we take things in stride. But I also don't know what you want to do with the pool, so I couldn't give you a cost estimate for that.
Yes,
the
excuse me,
yes.
Mr. Campos has a question. Yes, sir, go ahead.
So have there been any comments during this past summer about this pool being closed?
So I did get a couple, nothing crazy. We had one or two, comments about the pool looks so pretty, it's so blue, why can't we use it? We did allow with the swimmers organization, what is it called? Lifeguards to go train over there and stuff like that. Under direct supervision. They're not kids that are gonna mess with the lights or go mess with the pumps, and so I was a little bit more comfortable with them just doing their training sessions over there. But opening to the general public is a different thing. Now, I did get reports of kids breaking into the pool after hours, so that's a concern to me. There was another city that a kid broke into the public pool over the summer and drowned. And so I think it needs to be at least at minimum secured a little bit better. So we did get some calls because they felt like, why isn't it open? It's always been open. I think that will go in time for you to continue. I mean, look at your investment on Forest Oaks. I mean, it's a true investment. You would have to put just as much investment to the other pool. Your 3.5 square miles, City of San Antonio also has public pools available. And so for you to maintain and invest that amount of money to maintain 2 pools, in my opinion, isn't fiscally responsible. And when we got the numbers in from the pool, Forest Oaks was the most utilized pool. Library Annex, if that's something y'all want to do, there was like a split vote for that, but it's about $311,000. The trailer is on its, whether or not y'all decide to do anything with that, it's coming down at some point. It's falling apart. The AC's taped together in some, weird way, but it's kind of still working. So y'all are gonna have to.
The library still use the annex.
Friends of the Library still utilize it for book sales, and so that's I guess their major funding source is the Library Annex. That's where the overflow books go. So I know the Friends, if they're very passionate about the Library Annex and them having a space for those books, and so again, it's a conversation. It really, during the time when we were talking about the bond oversight, it really was a very passionate conversation from some of the members of the Friends and some of the residents that really believe that the library annex is an integral part of the library.
Mr. Roscoe, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, ma'am. So is it safe for people to go in there? You had mentioned that it's not.
It's not going to
compliant.
collapse. It's a trailer. It's an old model home that was in the 60s, Melinda, right? 70s? Yeah, 75, 65. That was donated to us as a temporary thing, and temporary lasted 50 years, So as, there's some part, if you walk, y'all been in there, if you walk in there, there's some soft spots. My concern is that the floor, we try to go in Public Works, any soft spots, they try to go and reinforce, but yes, I'm scared somebody's leg could go through the flooring, or we get an official roof leak. We've had issues in there in the past.
So how much would it cost to demolish it?
Demolishing, nothing really. I think we estimated $20,000-$30,000 for demolishing the library annex. Yeah.
So we can move the books or have a book sale of some kind, or donate them to half-price books,
Price
or I don't
books,
know.
that's
But
right.
I know that people are pretty passionate about it. But I don't think putting $300,000 to move it is a feasible thing to do at the moment. So.
Sidewalks is kind of unknown. We currently budget about $25,000 a year. I don't get a whole lot of complaints on y'all sidewalks. We normally, if we do get a complaint, we're pretty good at going and repairing it. So as far as if that's something you want to do, we really need to go in and do a needs assessment, but I haven't heard that being a major issue. I drive around Leon Valley, and there's some spots that I can see, like where roots have taken the sidewalk up. And so we try to get those fixed as we can. But I haven't known that to be a big problem. So unless y'all know different, it's not something I'm necessarily recommending that you do a needs assessment right away, but it's something you're going to have to consider.
So that $25,000 is separate from the street maintenance, right? Because street maintenance is repair.
Street maintenance. You're talking
Just streets.
sidewalks. This is
But
sidewalks.
you can't do
sidewalks
sidewalks?
if you're maintaining, if you're doing repairs to the streets.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so I know we're trying to work with the legislature for next year to add new construction to the street
To the
maintenance.
streets, not sidewalks.
But if you're redoing the
Right,
street,
but
then
it's
you can do the sidewalk.
sidewalk.
That's my point.
Yeah, yes, but not in the way you're thinking. Like if you see that whole sidewalk needs to be replaced and the street's just fine, like you're, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to just pay the money to get the sidewalk fixed. You can't,
Okay.
Next is the streets, again, kind of unknown. We just finished the PCI. The big streets that need reconstruction, and reconstruction is really expensive, is Evening Sun to Setting Sun to the cul-de-sac, Grass Hill to William Rancher to Samaritan, Link Meadow, Aid, Samaritan, William Rancher, and Kenman Alley. And again, some of these streets you'll notice are part of the development agreement that we've been talking about, but there are, like Evening Sun and some of those areas do need some reconstruction. You have a question?
Okay, anybody? No.
So sorry.
Like I said, I just hope that we can add to that future bill in the legislature that they can cover it for the new construction.
Yeah,
And-
it will be. I want to make
Yeah.
it perfectly clear. It'll help you, but it's the amount of money you have in your street maintenance is not going to pay for a complete reconstruct. Your complete reconstruct is millions of dollars, but it will allow us to go for grants and use that money as like our percentage match.
Okay, yes, Melinda.
sorry, you can only use street maintenance funds for the maintenance of streets. You cannot use it to reconstruct a street. So anytime you reconstruct, that has to come from your general fund.
What she's saying is the
But
legislature.
in the legislature, remember, we wanted to add
Yes,
that
if you
little
add
phrase?
reconstruction, that would be great.
Exactly. That's what we're
Yeah,
looking for.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
what I'm saying is the amount of money you gain in street maintenance, if that legislation changes for reconstruction, you don't have enough money there to do all the, that's what I'm, just so, I don't
But
want
it
you to
gives
put all
us-
your eggs in the basket.
No, but it gives us more flexibility.
It does
so-
give you a little bit more flexibility, absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Park restrooms, that we're trying to be ADA compliant, about 150,000 for prefab restrooms. Consideration of hike and bike trail 3, this would go from Evers to Balky. This will finally be your last piece of your hike and bike trail, and that would connect you to the San Antonio Trail, if that's something y'all want to do. Crystal Hills parking lot, 800,000. Crystal Hills skate park, 250 to 500,000. We've seen quotes range. The conference center restroom.
Excuse me just a second. Mr. Campos.
So do we have a written commitment to do
No.
these two? I'm not understanding why they can, I've heard them a couple of times, but I just don't quite understand.
So they're not written
No written.
commitments, they're promises that were made by previous councils, more of like a handshake situation. So, no, I mean, if we were written committed, we would already be having a conversation of why we haven't done them. So no, there's no written commitment. If that's not something that this council wants to see as a priority, you can certainly remove that and we can stop those conversations. I keep it on the list because nobody's told me to remove them from the list. And so that's something that we've,
And isn't there some pavers involved
Yeah,
in this
we
parking
own
lot that are
pavers.
we
being?
own the pavers are sitting, we do need to do something with it because the residents are getting upset. They're completely changed right now, but what I was kind of hoping was to strike a deal with the soccer field people to see if they would help, like we would have the pavers, maybe they would help with the asphalt piece because they would be the ones utilizing that port because it's where it's located, it's closer to the soccer field. So I was trying to see if we could work out a deal. It doesn't look like that's working out. And so it's more of like whether or not y'all want to finish out that parking lot. It was part of the trail, Leon Creek Head, like that was part of it, and so people were supposed to park there to be able to get off and utilize the trail.
Now, this is an estimate by Ardura, the 800,000, but we haven't gone out for bids, right?
No, but they've been within 10% of estimated probable costs.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? And then the skate park, I never realized skate parks were so expensive. So, I mean,
Me and the mayor made a discussion, maybe like a pickleball court back there or something, or nothing. You could just leave it a grassy area. Like, again, they weren't contracts with COSA or mutual
No.
aid with COSA. It was just more of like, hey, we're going to do this. The city kind of said, okay, well, we'll do our piece
well,
and do this.
I think it was like, I'm talking a long time ago, 2008, 2009, we brought both the city and of San Antonio and Leon Valley together and we envisioned that Crystal Hills Park. And at that point, we said, we'd do the parking lot and we would do a skate park. And then they put in a few things, but not, they're supposed to put in,
Like an amphitheater, right? Or
well, it was
frisbee
frisbee golf and, a couple of, and they haven't done all of that, but they did put some kind of a play structure and a trailhead and stuff like that. So, but it was, that was a long time ago and we just have
But
never
again, it's
funded
been
it.
on the like list of to-dos for us for a long time. And so it's more of whether or not y'all want to continue to keep that on a list somewhere or y'all don't want to consider it at all.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, if I remember correct, with the parking lot, the contractor, we made an agreement with the contractor that he could use our land to store his dirt and stuff while that area was being reconstructed, and he's defaulted. So why don't we go after him for this?
So I already brought that to you on executive session at least 3 times. The council decided not to go after him for it. Statute of limitations is done now, so.
Okay, yes, that's
mean, right?
that's how I recall it as well.
I didn't just forget it and just let it go.
Because we
but-
didn't have anything in writing. Again, it was a verbal commitment from our city
had some-
manager
we
to
had
their
some- we had
maintenance
some-
guy.
yeah, we had some emails
Yeah.
and everybody agreed that, and then they offered us like $30,000 and the council said no. And then we talked about litigation as an option and the council said no, they didn't want to do that. And so
Yeah.
statute of limitations is gone on that breach of contract.
Okay, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make a suggestion that we eliminate these two from, as projects, potential projects.
Okay,
and
so then
re-
that means I will not bring them back to you, discuss them, go for grants, none of that. They will be removed from city's listing.
I think at the end you said that we're supposed to choose 3, so I think,
You want to wait to the
I think
three?
we should go through the process, and if those don't float up, then, we can, what do y'all think? That's what
When's the next town hall meeting?
I'm sorry?
January,
In January?
fourth Saturday. Enterprise fund, we have the water infrastructure, about 30.
What about the conference center restrooms?
Oh, sorry, conference center restrooms, 160,000.
Okay.
Enterprise fund is the water infrastructure. It's $30 million roughly for water. We currently budget about 50,000 each year for new fire hydrants. The natural area erosion, the quote that we got from Ardura was 3.6 million, but that was the realignment of the creek. I just kind of wanted to put a number there. I don't know what the new cost is going to be on his new plan. And then sewer infrastructure sitting at about 41,000 in needs.
41 million.
I'm sorry, 41
Yeah.
million.
Mhm.
I wish
it was
41,000.
41,000.
Sorry,
Yeah.
41 million, yes. Yes.
Mr. Campos.
Is there a way that at least we can start some engineering designs that would match kind of the levels of possible grants?
So,
You know.
My goal is, we have a workshop on October the 19th. Melinda's going to go over those capital improvements with you, and then the council can provide us more direction on what y'all want to do, and what that looks like, the areas that need the most improvement, sooner rather than later, and we kind of can have that open conversation, and that what that will look like in water rates. Almost all of the grants that we've seen, and even large federal infrastructure, a lot of the federal infrastructure grants that are available are for rural areas, Native American, tribal lands, but we will go for grants even if we don't 100% qualify for them, because sometimes we've lucked out where we have landed some of those grants, and so we try to be pretty creative in submitting those. But I can't submit for grants without shovel-ready projects, and so.
And that's what I'm
And
where I'm
so,
going with it.
hopefully on Saturday, October the 19th, when we have an in-depth conversation about what that looks like, I'm hoping the council will support us, getting some engineered plans for some of those projects.
And you'll tell us how much that's going to cost.
Roughly, yeah, we'll have some rough estimates.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay. And where we're going to get it from, general fund or whatever.
whatever
yeah.
y'all are going to do.
Okay.
And then I wanted to go over some equipment. You have an ambulance coming up in FY probably 26, depending on if it holds on or not. 2014 replacement of 350,000. Fire brush truck. We go for a grant for this every year, so we haven't added it, but it's 220,000. Police radios is 1.2 to 1.6 million. Fire department assessment report is about.
Hang on just a second. Mr. Campos, and then I had a question about the radios. Go ahead.
So the police radios, this is police and fire?
Correct. I say police radios, but it's police and fire, yes.
And do we have an idea, is it 50/50 or?
No, it's not 50/50. So normally what happens is, depending on when we get the total cost for the radios. So San Antonio will normally, they do their thing and they switch over. If our radios aren't compliant with San Antonio's, we want to be compliant with whatever San Antonio is. So if San Antonio decides we're going to stay with Harris radios, we're just going to update to, 300 model or whatever. Then we go ahead and update ours and whatever infrastructure we need, whether it's satellites or pinging, whatever goes with radios. I'm not a radio person, but there's other sometimes infrastructure that goes along with those updates. We normally will come in and look at how much we can pay from traffic safety, red light camera funds, fire department, general fund. I mean, we will go through all of our funds and see which funds that we hit. We will normally also, because we're not the only suburban city that would need to update our radios. Normally other suburban cities need to too. So we normally go ask the county for a little bit of help as well. So I'm hopeful that the county will help us purchase our set of, to some degree, I don't know how much, and I don't want to make any promises, but hoping that the county would help us purchase or make any infrastructure improvements we need in order to be compatible. But we don't know. The San Antonio is still deciding. It may not happen next fiscal year. They're having some conversations on the model that they want to move to, and so that may actually be in 2027. But I also don't ever want to discount that the county's going to come in. So I always tell y'all, here we go, but the county may come in and help us with a portion or say no, or, I don't know. But we would separate it between all the funds.
Thank you.
Okay, but it's required because the city of San Antonio is changing.
So I don't like
right?
to say the word required, because you're not required to do anything.
Well, it's there, required replacement.
It's required replacement if you want to be in line with San Antonio.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to, there are many years we did not have radios that were compliant with San Antonio. They were just our little local area, but
But then you can't communicate, and that's not good.
It could be safety
And
issues.
didn't you tell me that in 2017, when we last replaced the radios, the county did come forward?
Yes, but I don't know how much, and so
Yeah.
I have to go look, and I don't know if it was just like I don't think they gave it to us, I think they gave it to the transition.
Okay.
And then we just got a reduced
Okay.
rate is what I think happened. So I'd have to go back and look, but yes.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you.
The fire department, I sent y'all that report. The assessment was about 34,000. There was different reports like vapor barrier stuff, and so it would depend on what y'all want to do with that and how much of the fire department you would like to fix. We do have a 2000 C1 Chevy for $100,000 that needs to be replaced. A farm tractor from 2003 that will need to be replaced for 150. A generator that will need to be replaced for 115, an international water truck for 100,000, an asphalt distributor.
Oh, excuse me just a second,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Campos. No,
What
that's
is
okay.
the water truck for? I just
Yeah.
don't have an idea of what.
Melinda, what is that?
Oh, she just,
For cigarette. Oh, I couldn't call my friend. I have.
For watering the
was that watering the
landscape, or-
trees in the park, right?
I think so, but I don't want to tell you wrong. So if you give me when Melinda comes back in, we'll confirm with her.
Mr. Yarnell?
Recently, good evening. I recently saw
evening.
down here working on the lot. It's for construction projects where you water down the surface and roll it, and water down the surface and roll it, and street projects. Here's the official. Oh no, she's still out there. And they use it for different things.
Construction and watering trees.
Okay. All right, road construction and watering trees. Okay, thank you.
I just didn't want to tell you all wrong. The asphalt distributor for 100,000. And then for most of y'all know that the staff utilization report was provided to council a few months back. They recommended 2 police officers and then making the impound lot detective a full-time detective and then hiring a civilian for that role. 3 firefighter paramedics, 1 fleet person, 1 park person. And then there's been a couple of times I brought to you all in the budget process succession planning, like having an assistant director in planning and zoning, having some backup people so when you have these transitions, they go a little bit more smooth. Some funding sources, I just looped in a whole bunch of different types of funding. Obviously, they apply to different things. You wouldn't go for a bond for equipment. Bond is for infrastructure, but I gave you bonds. You can increase taxes. You can go for grants. There's low interest loans for the water. Or you can say these are items we don't want to fund and we don't want to waste staff time on, and they can sit on a shelf and we can just move forward with whatever projects that you would like. And then I just put a little clip on what bonds are. Somebody always asks me what's the difference between a GO or CO. And then I kind of would like y'all to pick your top 3, and everybody asks of whether or not everybody, a couple people asked whether or not to separate the water from everything else. There's only so many staff. And so if you put water all by itself and then you pick 3, that's 4 big projects we're trying to work on. And you think about plans, well, just the erosion plan for the engineering was $500,000, 630 actually went up, 700 and something because we moved it. You don't have enough money to go around. And so I figured 3 big priorities would get us plans or direction to move in that was reasonable. So that's why I left water in there, but you're certainly more than welcome if you want to keep that as a separate item, you can. I just feel like your general fund, any big project that you do, your general fund is probably going to support your water fund to some degree. Because there's no way to, you have 1.5 sitting in your reserve on your enterprise fund, so you couldn't even replace a big water main if you wanted.
So you want us to keep separate water and sewer and not combine those together.
No, I'm telling you to, water and sewer you can keep together, water
Together,
and sewer.
that's what I
As
have a
priority one,
Yeah.
or two, or whatever, or
Yeah.
three, or not at all, but I didn't want to keep it I didn't want to take it out of the three priorities, because we
Okay.
end up getting lost. The water and sewer stuff we presented to y'all since 2017, I think. We did a presentation at the town hall meeting that we had water and infrastructure needs, we needed to increase rates, and we just never got any traction because that dollar amount just freaks everybody out. And so it just gets put on a shelf and put on a shelf. And so if I keep it with the rest of the city priorities, I'm hoping then y'all will stay on track and at least address it.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Martinez, did you have a comment?
Just one comment. I wish you had made this presentation before we did the budget, because that's enlightening. But I can.
Have enough money in your budget to purchase not a thing on this list.
I know, and there was a lot of stuff cut that was in the $30,000, $40,000 range. That there was a lot of cuts made to balance the budget, and it would have been nice to know about those exactly, because I think, in my personal opinion, our budget is terrible, and it's going to. I can foresee staff coming back every 2 months, 3 months for budget adjustments for stuff that we didn't account for in the budget. So we're going to be draining our
budget
reserve
isn't our
fund.
topic this evening. I'm trying to get y'all to prioritize the top three priorities. So if you could just refocus that for me.
Okay, Mr.
Okay, I can say Public Works building is number one. Public Works is like the forgotten stepchild. But anytime something happens, who's the first person they call? Let's call Public Works to help clean the park, or to fix a water break, or, do something around the city. So, Public Works building to me is a high priority. The park restrooms would probably be number two, and the natural area erosion.
Okay, Mrs.
Okay,
Kyle?
but did you want us to do it now, or we're
Easy, go ahead. We're already doing it. Go.
okay?
I don't. So I do want to kind of comment, because I did bring y'all kind of a pared down version of this at the retreat, and the recommendation at that time was to wait till after the budget cycle. So,
I can give her my three.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that the conference center restroom, it's a place that brings in money to the city, and if we don't fix it up, people are not going to rent it out. So the conference center restroom is definitely one, and the other one, natural area erosion, and of course we did talk about the pools and fixing Forest Oaks. So those are my three.
Cool. I'm surprised water's not on y'all's list. See, that's what I'm telling you. Like,
That's right. You and I talked about it today. Ms. Heil?
I think water and sewer should be at the top of the list. And then it's probably the Public Works building and the natural area erosion. And do we really need the library annex? Or can we just tear that building down?
I think after we do the three, we can decide to go back and
Yeah.
X out or keep it in a short term. Kind of like we do on our future agenda
Or you
items.
can leave those on there, and then when you go have your town hall,
Yeah.
like I can move forward with, the majority of people's top three, and then you have your town hall, and then if you want to keep things or knock things off a list, you can certainly consider that after that.
Mr. Campos?
Number one, thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
It's well needed. For me, what my concern is the water and sewer. That would be my number one. And it's to get things ready, designed to have some shovel-ready projects in the event we get any type of other funding, low-interest funding of some sort. Number two would be the natural area erosion. And for me, three would be the equipment, so that our staff can work safely and more efficiently. That's how I see this.
Okay. I just had a question about water and sewer. There's got to be a city in the region that has done this before? Or are you telling me that they don't address aging pipes? And how did they, is there an expert out there that we could call on?
You've had two. You've had Waterworth here. You had what's his name here. Y'all, so that's all they do. They talk
But
about
that was for
infrastructure.
rates, right?
Well, the rates are tied into your
Yeah.
infrastructure,
Mhm.
and so the cities that address their water and their infrastructure needs address their water rates. And
Okay, so we need to increase the rates.
And a lot of suburban cities in the inner city have SAWS as their water. I mean, a third of our cities in our water. But if you're looking like at Universal City and Schertz and Alamo Heights and some of those, you've got to look at their water rates, how they're addressed. But I'm telling you, all suburban cities have aging water infrastructure needs.
Mm-hmm.
It's expensive. And so we're all going for the same grants. But my goal for y'all is to make sure your rates encompass your future infrastructure needs and that I have plans ready to go for grant projects. Go ahead. He's agrees.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. I did see your hand up. Go ahead,
So
Mr. Campos.
I know that we've had a contractor, I was just looking at your city manager's report today, and we have a contractor that's televising our lines. Are we going to receive some report to tell us I guess?
Outcome, yeah.
Yes.
So there are some areas that, some areas look better than we anticipated and some areas do not. But Melinda, when is he done with that report, the televising report?
I think he only has one more neighborhood to go through. He's been set back by a lot of debris and stuff that are in the mains, and so
They've never been flushed out.
and they've been cleaned. So we're hoping to meet with them. I thought it was this week, but I think it's next week, so that we get everything ready for y'all for the October 19th meeting, and we'll have all that plus a prioritized list.
And then on the sewer side, the water side, we've talked about this water pumped, water sold, and there's a difference in what we pump and what we sell. That's non-revenue water. Some of it's used for the fire department, putting out. Some is used for flushing of dead-end mains, fire hydrants. Okay, we know all that, but there is some leakage potentially there could be some leakage, and I'd like to start addressing that because that's water that we need to start accounting for.
We do leak detection about every 2 years.
Okay, and do those reports, what have they revealed?
They give us a list of what's leaking at the end of their detection study, and then we go out and repair them. So they're repaired right away, as soon as we get the report.
So is it, we'll talk, I don't want to.
No, I was just going to say, I know water and sewer are key, and I just, those would be a priority. But the natural area erosion is a big issue as well. And I'm looking at the rest of it. I mean, I have angst over the parking lot in the skate park because we made that commitment, many years ago. But I still think that a quality of life issue would be the pools for our citizens because it's too doggone hot. People need a place to cool off. So I think that's those three that I would say.
So
Yeah.
I'll kind of do like a cross, and then I'll ask
Yeah.
I'll send Mr. Bradshaw and see what he has, and then we'll move. I'll let y'all know what the top three seem to be, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else?
Any questions?
Anything else from our chambers? Oh, okay, there we go. See, Miss Chasen, good evening and welcome.
Hi, thank you,
Hi.
Mayor, Council. I was just wondering, Crystal, you had said something about in the past the police department didn't coexist with San Antonio Police, and so therefore if they don't do the upgrade, they wouldn't be able to communicate. Was that during a time when dispatch was here? Now that it's with Bear County, would that be problematic?
It could be, but yet part of the answer is yes. It was when dispatch was here, but there was a time period after we got off of our dispatch that we stayed on our own system, and so we were using cell phones and radios to communicate. So the Finley Apartments, for those of you that saw the news,
Yeah, yes, come to the mic, please. Yeah.
So like an example, the radios, like this past weekend, we had the Finley Apartments. The radios make it a little bit easier for us to kind of communicate with the other departments.
Thank you, Dr. Caldera. I was just asking that because I thought that might be a problem, and that would be something I would like the City Council to consider as a priority. I know it's expensive, but it's something that you're providing that's going to be additional safety immediately for the citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Yarnell, good evening and welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. When we made the arrangements to remodel this building, we said that at due time in the 3 to 5 years that we should have work or replacement of the Public Works building. That was in 2012. We're in 2024 right now. The Public Works building has not gotten any better. You're having these people work out of inadequate facilities. And many of these things on this list were on the Bond Oversight Committee list that was canceled by the council without any conversation or consulting with anybody on the committee. I was the chair of that committee, and I heard it by happenstance that this thing has been canceled. It happened because of interest rates, but there was no plan to have some approval process and then come back when the interest rates come down. We know it's cycles. As far as we took too long, we did surveys as was requested by the council, as I remember. The information was being finalized, and all of a sudden we found out the whole thing's been canceled, and all our time was wasted. It's time to quit kicking the can down the road. You've seen years of it, and this is what happens when you don't take proper care of your facilities and your city.
Well, I think we definitely need to get citizen input if we're going to look at a bond.
Exactly.
You know, and so we definitely, I mean, we're all giving our opinion about what is priority, but we don't know what the citizens want to pay for.
Survey was a big part of it.
Yeah.
And we had all that information ready to present, and it was, the whole thing was canceled.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Please look at it and quit kicking the can down the road. It's not going to help us.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for this one? All right, very good. So we will move then to announcements by the mayor and council. I've got my, okay. I just have a few announcements. Dr. Caldera and I went to a State of the TxDOT District luncheon today. Bruce Bugg, who's the chairman of the Texas Transportation Commission, spoke. And did you know that there's $53 billion with a B worth of projects statewide going on right now? 53 point something billion. And here in the San Antonio region, we have 5.8 billion. And so they're very proud of their 10-year plan and what they're getting done. And they showed us a bunch of pictures. A lot of it is the flyovers, you know, at 1604 and 410 and 35 and whatnot. But they're saying that we are improving your drive time, definitely. And the example was 281. And we went out there, and I mean, it was a breeze getting out there. It was way out. I don't know, where were we? Yeah, so we were way out there. I didn't drive. I just went along for the ride. So anyway, but anyway, it was a very good report, and we were grateful to be invited. Then many of us, Mr. Martinez and myself and Mr. Orozco and Dr. Caldera and all of the directors went to the Hog Wild seminar last Friday, and that's put on by Denton and Navarro. It's a free seminar all day, 8 to 5 or something. And so we had a lot of interesting topics from zoning, litigation, Chapter 54, which we used with the Vista Del Rey a couple of years ago, ETJ, financing, ethics, quorums, compassionate use law, which I was not familiar with, but you have to have this is CBD versus THC. So anyway, it was very interesting. And how it's impacting the cities and people that are undergoing drug testing. So anyway, it was very interesting. I really learned a lot, and I'm sure that my colleagues will. And then, of course, the Historical Society has already made their announcement. But I just want to remind everybody that October 1st is our Texas Night Out. And I just talked to the chief earlier. We have 14 gatherings, which is an increase from last year. So I'm really thrilled about that. And if anybody wants to be added, Chief has said invite them to an existing party because of the staff needs. And we will not have a city council meeting on October 1st. So our next city council meeting after tonight is October 15th. So just want to remind everybody of that. So, okay, that's all my announcements. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I guess tomorrow is the Northwest San Antonio Chamber meeting, and they're going to have, I don't know what it is, but it says it's one-stop shop, free resources to help you build your business. And also for people that know my wife, she had hip surgery last Monday, and she's up and walking. She's using a walker, but she's very mobile, and she even took a few steps today using 2 canes. So she is progressing. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. All right. Anyone else? Yes. Councilor Orozco?
I wasn't going to say anything, but
okay.
there's a citizen that has served in numerous committees for years and years and years, and I think he's in the Park Commission at the moment. I talked to Maurice about this, and he's going through a medical episode where he cannot serve the city. This man is passionate about serving our city. He hopefully will conquer this illness that he's going through, and just want to let him know that our prayers and our thoughts are with him and his family.
I appreciate that.
This is Mr. Benavides.
Oh, he's been, long time volunteer. Yeah, I love Tom. Love everybody, but okay. Councilor Campos?
I'd like just to bring some attention to the library upcoming special programs. Friday, September the 20th, there's a Smokey the Bear craft from 10 a.m. to 2. Also, a nonfiction book club on Saturday, the 28th of September at 11. And I just want to going with Councilman Orozco's comments, just thank all of our volunteers, so that all of our committees, and thank you for putting in the time and the effort.
Right.
We definitely need that help.
Yeah.
So
and
thank you.
I was going to say in the consent agenda, we're approving 2 new volunteers for Earthwise, and I'm meeting with the gentleman tomorrow who wants to volunteer, but he didn't want to just fill out the form. He wanted to talk to me first. So I'm going to meet with him for coffee. So maybe we'll have another volunteer. But one last thing, there are several, I think all of the council members, the majority, I don't believe Ms. Hiles going to be able to make it, but we are going to be, including Dr. Caldera, we'll be in Houston from October the 8th through October the 11th at the annual Texas Municipal League Conference. And so we're going to learn a whole lot. And so it's an honor and privilege to be able to represent the city there. So thank you. All right. Dr. Caldera, your report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The manager's report is outside, and I also emailed it to you. I'd like to thank everybody that came out to the 9/11 Remembrance Ceremony, so thank y'all all for attending. I also wanted to ask the council on October 26th, a coffee if there's a specific topic you would like to add, if you just want to leave it a coffee. If you want to cancel it, it's the same day as the Trash and Treasure and Arbor Day event. Like, I don't know if that's, we're also going to meet on October the 19th for the water workshop. So, or we can just leave it an open-ended coffee like we did at the last one where people just got up and asked me questions.
I was going to say I don't want to cancel it because I just put it in the lion's roar. Yeah, so.
I'm just giving options. Yeah. I mean, whatever y'all want to do. But if y'all don't have any specific topics for that day, then we can just leave it open-ended.
I was going to ask you what the timeline was for the garbage contract, because garbage, as you know, is
sure.
sacred in Leon Valley.
So we're meeting tomorrow. Yeah. Then I'm letting the committee drive the boat on this one a little bit. So depending on where we go from there, if they're able to select their top 2, they may want to do interviews and some conversations with them. So that will probably be another 2 weeks out, 2 to 3 weeks out. And then maybe they'll have a recommendation by then, but they may not. Y'all do have a deadline, which I'll, at the next meeting, be bringing you back an extension, because I know they're not going to meet the original deadline. But that had a lot to do with extending the RFP deadline. So it wasn't anybody's fault, other than I wanted to make sure you had enough RFPs.
Okay, very good. Yes.
And I was going to suggest
Councilor
that,
Roscoe.
that we cancel the coffee with the mayor that day so we can participate. And I know that it's a big deal. And I think the last time we had that coffee with the mayor, we didn't have an agenda, it was just an open forum. And if we don't have any specific agenda items to speak about, maybe we should participate with the trash and treasure and be there with the citizens and try to promote this event. But that was just my thought.
Okay. Are you saying have the coffee with no agenda, or just
Well, no, just
don't cancel it and then go to the trash and treasure?
Well, it's
I
Trash
did-
and Treasure and Arbor Day that day, so you
Okay.
can participate in
I was
both.
going to say just to cancel the coffee with the mayor for that day and just participate in that event and be around the citizens as they go around to, but
Okay. Well, like I said, I just put it my lines were, so I hate to
It
cancel
hasn't been,
but
it hasn't been published yet.
That's
I can
true.
delete it. I can hit
That's true. You
backspace.
can delete it for me, right? Okay. Councilor Martinez, what are your thoughts?
I would say keep the coffee, but just limit the time. Have it from 9 to 10:30, and then make
9 to 11.
Huh?
It's already scheduled 9 to 11.
Okay, make it 10:30, and then encourage people to go to the Trash and Treasure.
Sure, you bet. They like to have other events so that they go to the trash and treasure for sure.
don't you make a presentation in the beginning of the event? Right? Don't you have to welcome the citizens, or don't you do that?
No,
don't?
not for trash and treasure. No, they just want me to go over there and shop. So, no, I usually don't. So, Ms. Hall, what do you think? What do you think we should
keep the coffee with the mayor.
Okay.
It will attract people to the trash and treasure. I've gone to the trash and treasure, and really not that many people go to that. So if we can get more people to come out for coffee with the mayor, then we can encourage them to go over there.
Okay, and should we have an agenda, or should we just have it an open forum like we did last time?
I think an open forum is good. People can ask questions.
Okay.
I think that's
All
been
right.
pretty successful the
Yeah,
last 2 times.
it has. Okay. Mr. Campos, what do you think?
I agree. Let's keep, I'd suggest keeping it and, without any topics, and
Okay.
let's just go into
All right.
free format.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
9 to 11?
9 to 11, yeah.
Okay.
And if we finish early, well then.
And sometimes we
yeah,
do.
we do. Last time we didn't.
We didn't, but
No,
sometimes we do.
that's right. Very good.
And then just one last thing, I want to give a shout out to Officer Andy Greco. He was able to capture somebody breaking into mailboxes, and we charged them with 3 felonies. So I just wanted to give him a shout out on the record. So,
Okay, very good. Thank you.
yeah, 3 felonies. He got charged with 3 felonies.
All right. Excellent, thank you. We do have a consent agenda 9.1 to 9.7 to approve, and I just wanted to make one correction, and we don't, but on the, talking about the coffee, on July 27th, 2024, it said that Mayor Riley closed the coffee at 11 a.m., and
yeah.
it was actually Mayor Pro Tem, because I had to leave early because we were going out of town. So I just wanted that to be changed to Mayor Pro Tem
Yes, ma'am.
Campos. But other than that, is there any, yes,
I have a question.
Yes.
On number, I guess, where we're giving the money to the Earthwise Living, what is that amount? Is that 2,500?
it was 2,500. Yeah, that's what we compromised on. Yeah. Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to pull
Yes.
for further discussion item number 7 regarding the preliminary acceptance of
okay.
the public improvements.
Okay. All right. So you'd like,
Huebner.
okay, excellent. All right. So then, if there's no other changes to consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.6, may I have a motion?
I so move.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.6 as presented, and with the correction on the minutes 1A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then as per the request of Councilor Campos, we will discuss 7.7.
Rather
Yes.
than going through the presentation, may I just ask questions.
Okay.
So
Let me go ahead and read it, though. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a petition for preliminary acceptance of public improvements on a 9.180 acre tract in the 6300 block of Evers Road, being the Trilogy of Heavener Creek Planned Development District subdivision. And we have Melinda Mortz here to answer your question. So what specific question do you have?
So we did an acceptance for Ascena, and so we're
Yeah.
kind of familiar, I think the council's familiar with what the process is. But I had a question, in the narrative, that certain items have not been provided by the contractor. And so as part of this petition, it says that they're supposed to attach Exhibit A, which is a true and correct copy of the itemized construction cost. B, maintenance bond, so I think they've done that.
Yes, sir.
C, an electronic in one true copy and correct copy of the record drawings. And
That's
I
the one
think-
they're missing.
And so, and the other thing is an electronic true copy of the field density.
We have those.
Okay, so what I am suggesting is that since they do not have all these, why would we want to give the preliminary approval? They know what the requirements are. They should fulfill all those requirements before they bring the petition. And we should not accept anything that is omitted.
We were going to wait until October the 1st, but the city council canceled that meeting because in fact, I think they may either turn in the plan of record tomorrow. I mean, I talked to them today and they were like, they're just about ready. The engineer's fixing to turn them in. And because it's just paper, that's why you see conditional approval.
It's an important part of it.
Yes,
and
sir.
they should
No
meet
doubt.
all the requirements before coming to the council. And so,
He wants to start building homes, and so according to our subdivision code, he can only apply for 3 homes, and they want to get started on 5. It's their
right,
model.
but if they know what that requirement is, then they should have it. And the record drawings should have already been provided. And
Like
before
I
this-
said, they would have had them by the October 1st city council meeting, but that council meeting is canceled, and so that puts them off of having their petition until the 15th.
And is it just too late for them, or they just want it earlier so they could start? Is that the issue?
I'm sure it has something to do with the financing of their project.
Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying, Mr.
I'm
Campos.
recommending that we do not pass this
Okay,
because of the missing item.
all right. Mr. Martinez.
Since we're canceling the next council meeting, I think we should go ahead and authorize this with the provision that if they meet item C, then go ahead and authorize the money. If they don't, just hold on to it.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Campos to approve this petition for preliminary acceptance conditioned on item C, that they meet that requirement, and if not, then we don't approve it. Is that basically what we said? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry, and you will be the person to oversee this. Is that correct, Melinda?
Myself and the city engineer.
And the city engineer?
Yes, the
Okay,
city
very good.
engineer will give us a letter that says, we now approve of this petition.
Okay, because they've completed their,
It's paperwork. They
okay.
need to do the plan of record, and they are working on it right now. So.
okay. All right, very good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Then moving then to regular agenda item number 10.1, discussion and possible action of a request by CJC Life Church Next Gen Learning Center for a variance to Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article 3.04, Signs, Section 3.04.011, On-Premises Signs, Subsection B, Building Mounted Signs, subsection 2 marquee signs located at 6401 Bandera Road. And we have Roque Salinas, our Economic Development Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So what we're looking at here is a sign at the Church of Life, CJC Life Church, and it's for their learning center, the Next Gen Learning Center. The regulations state that a sign must be put on an actual facade, an actual building, and so what they want to do is put it on an not a temporary structure, but a structure that's not part of the building, and so they're seeking that variance. That is basically what it is, and so the photo would look like this. They want to put it on this arch right here. The code currently states that it has to be put on a building, so this is a variance that they're seeking, and that's essentially what they're asking for here, is to put the sign on this arch here.
But have they already done it?
Yes, they've done it.
That's what I thought.
They've done it without approval.
Okay.
We are removing the sign, having them go through the engineering process, but even if they have to replace the sign,
okay,
they still need to come and ask for a variance permission. So kind of similar to what happened with the previous item, they would have came on October the 1st, but there's no meeting on October the 1st, and so we're putting it in front of you today. The sign will come down. They still need to meet engineering requirements on the structure, and the sign would load. So the sign is coming down, but this is one of the process that they needed to do anyways.
Okay.
And so we're trying to check this box off here first.
Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
That structure, is that attached to the main building?
So that structure was built without a permit, so they need to pull a permit for that building as well. I do not know.
But is it attached to the main building?
I do not know.
It's slightly attached. So some of the if you look at the picture, you can see
It looks like the beams
are going that way, but I don't know if they've been secured to the building or if they're just up against the building. And so the problem with that is they didn't pull permits for the awning either. And so the problem with this whole thing is it's up already. If you drive by there, you see it, it's up. There is some concerns from the engineer whether or not that structure can even hold the sign. There's wind stuff, and so all permits have to be pulled. But I don't want them to move forward in the engineering and expend all of the additional money that comes along with it if y'all aren't going to approve the variance. So if y'all don't approve the variance, we just make them take it down and we move on. If y'all approve the variance, then they have to move forward in making sure that it's safe.
Okay, so approval conditioned upon them taking it down.
No. All you're doing is approving the variance or not approving the variance.
Okay.
We're worried about the health and safety side of
We're
stuff.
not conditioning it.
No,
on
ma'am.
them
You're just
taking it down
approval
and
of the
starting
variance or
again.
the variance. Yeah.
Okay.
To put it on the awning as it is now,
Okay.
we will go back and take care of all the engineering permits, all that stuff at another time.
Okay. Mr. Martinez again.
To me, just looking at this, it's kind of neat looking. And, it's modernized and, do we want to kind of enhance the city or the appearance of our city? I think that really looks good, and I like the colors, and, it's going to be an attention getter. That's what we want to revitalize our community.
But we also want it to be safe.
I like it as well, especially the burnt orange color there.
Hook 'em horns, right? Well, my concern is it's just the safety.
What we're
factor.
here for,
Yeah.
the council,
I
the
know, it's
question
just the
before the
variance.
council is the variance.
I
We will take
understand.
care of the safety feature
okay.
outside of that right now.
All right. Mr. Campos, did you have a comment as well?
I looked at that particular building, that church. I don't know how this is really going to enhance the sign, the readability, and the attraction, because people are passing that at a very high speed. Myself, I'm not in support of the variance.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay. Ms. Heil, would you like to weigh in on that?
Actually, I think it's a good-looking sign. I think it will attract people, and it'll be something different on Bandera Road.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
All right.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve the sign, or the variance.
Okay.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Heil and a second by Counselor Roscoe to approve the variance as presented in 10.1 at the CJC Life Church. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 3 ayes and 1 nay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did we have anybody from the church here this evening?
Not from the church. We have the sign company if you have questions for them. But
Okay, all right, just was wondering. Okay, must be for the sign. Okay, very good, thank you. All right, we'll move then to 10.2. Discussion and possible action on a request for a variance to Chapter 13, Tree Preservation, Article 13.02, Tree Preservation Ordinance, Division 3, Requirements and Restrictions, Section 13.02.074, Preservation Requirements, Section 13.02.075, Removal, Replacement, or Relocation of medium and large trees, Section 13.02.076, Replacement Trees Required, and Section 13.02.080, Heritage Tree Removal Prohibited, Penalties, subsection A and subsection B, to allow the removal of 24 medium, 21 large, and 36 heritage trees, and pay a reduced amount in tree mitigation fees located in the vicinity of Age Drive, being Grass Hill Estates subdivision, and P-13 ABS 432 CB 4430 on approximately 32 acres of land. And Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, is here this evening to present. Welcome back. Thank you.
Mayor. So this is on the property that y'all just approved the Plan Development District for. So that was approved on August the 20th. The replacement plan for planting is to plant 2 1.5 inch diameter trees per lot, so that ends up in 410 new trees. The tree mitigation fees are $92,400. The applicant would like the fee capped at $25,000. He states that most of the trees are non-native and invasive, and that the removal and disposal of the trees that are on those lots is expensive by itself. And there's his mitigation summary. I'm sure you saw his PowerPoint in the council packet. So City Code mandates that for each medium tree removed, 1 tree of 6 inches or more in diameter be planted, and for each large tree, 1 tree of 8 inches or more in diameter be planted. It prohibits the removal of any heritage trees, regardless of the species. Per the code, up to 25% of the required trees may be mitigated rather than preserved unless insufficient land area exists to plant the required total caliper. Then cash in lieu of may be increased up to 50%. The applicant is keeping 1 45-inch diameter live oak heritage tree. So this just gives you a breakdown of the tree species and their size and then the total. The code also states that the City Council is authorized to grant variances to this code. Tree mitigation fees in the amount of $92,400, or if his request is granted, $25,000 will be paid into the tree mitigation fund. And as you know, that fund is restricted to being spent on nothing but trees or irrigation for trees or the health of a tree. The granting of the variance will facilitate the development of new housing, which will increase the city's sales and property tax base. And that's all I have for you, and the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Okay, very good. So I'll open it up for discussion. I know the last time we had a tree, we did not grant the variance, and I feel like we should be consistent. To be honest with you, 36 heritage trees are going away with only 1. I don't know. It just seems like a lot to me, but anyway, it's definitely up to the council. Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mayor, I agree. I was quite concerned that there's 36 heritage trees that we're getting rid of.
Mm-hmm.
And as mentioned previously, we did not approve this for the prior submission of this for another project, another piece of property. Again, I believe we ought to be consistent, and I'm just really sick about cutting down these heritage trees. It's just, I can't believe it. It's part of our code. Yeah, we do have the ability to override it. I really don't think we should, but but at a minimum, I don't think we should grant this lower mitigation amount of 25,000.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Ms.
I
Howell.
disagree. This is going to bring in a lot of money to the city, and trees are being cut down every day, and I can live with it. We have to look at what Saul's did in the drainage area, and I'm still mad at them. They killed this tree that's probably over 200 years old, even though I went out and talked to them. And, you know, so I'm fine with this. I would agree to this, and a lot of money's will come into the city because of this, and I think that's important. And even the 25,000, I would agree to that.
Okay. All right. Who else? Mr. Orozco?
Haven't we crossed this bridge before where Mr. Bradshaw and myself made the motion not to grant the 92,000? I mean, the 25,000. I think
No,
it was 50,000 at
It
the
was
time?
112,000, I thought.
112,000.
Yeah. Mhm.
So help me understand this. So they're asking us to grant this and bring it down to 25,000 instead of 92,000?
That's correct.
Is that what they're?
Yes, sir.
But that's, like, again, and I'll say the same words that I said last time, that's a bit greedy there, and he's definitely taking the lion's share of the money. What Betty had indicated, well, I'm sorry, Counselor, yeah, the trees are going to cut down, and I know that they're going to put some more, but to ask for the lion's share of the money instead of saying, you know what, let's go 50-50, let's meet halfway. They're not even asking for that. They're asking for pennies on the dollar that they want to give us. Like I said, I know that some of the trees have to be sacrificed in order to move forward, and I know there's some are going to be planted. I just don't agree with the monies that they are wanting to cut down tremendously from 92,000 to 25,000. I'd be more than glad to meet them halfway, but now that they want the lion's share, I want the lion's share for their city now. I said, let's make it 70,000.
Okay. Mr. Martinez?
I would like to hear from Mr. Shahadi on this and get his rationale.
Okay. Mr. Shahadi, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilors. All right, so you're absolutely right, Mr. Orozco. We actually did go through that with Samaritan Property. And we had suggested at that point in time, and the rationale behind it at that point in time was that there are multiple components to this equation, and we're not being picky about numbers or trying to shortchange the city at all. That's not the intent. So effectively, as part of this project, we have $112,500 that we'll be paying for the Samaritan Property. We have $25,000 if this was to be granted, and we have $60,000 that we have dedicated back from the commissions of the sale. As much of it that you would like to allocate to this, but also the fact that we are replanting 810 trees, and the cost of removing all these trees. 93% are invasive, right? So to us, if you add the cost altogether, we are in it for about $700,000 once it's all said and done. We're really not, trying to shortchange the city. We're thinking just to be on the fair side if we can get some consideration on this. If you look at the combination of the two for the whole property, you're looking at $140,000 that would be going straight towards the Tree Preservation Fund. So I'll leave it up to you. If, we're not being greedy at all. We're just trying to honestly just mitigate all of this and make it within a reasonable. We asked for the same thing at Trilogy. Senna, the Senna guys came in and asked for something similar. So again, if you were to add up 112.5 to 25,000 and take a portion of the $60,000 that we are remitting to the city for that purpose. I mean, that's why we wanted to have Some of it go to the tree preservation, some of it go to the library, but that's all your discretion, how you would like to use it. So anyways, I just wanted to give you a perspective as to why we're doing it. And again, if you go back to any aerial shots of the 3 properties going back to 1995, and I believe I showed you that before, it was farmland, right? There was only a few, interestingly, the trees that were there for a long time, were just down that drainage canal, and they were all got erased by the city when you put your drainage canal down. That's where the concentration was. I actually have a picture of it if you'd like to see it. But I have it in my pocket here on a thumb drive, but I don't want to bore you with that. I believe we've already seen it. That is the rationale, not being unreasonable, not wanting to make you feel like, we're gouging the city at all. Just wanted to present you why that's the case.
Okay. I was talking to a developer that was working off of Heavener Road.
Yep.
And I asked him, what do you do with all these trees that you're cutting down? He said that they mulch them down and they reuse it and save money by using it on some of the properties for mulch. And do you guys do the same thing for that? Do you reuse the mulch there?
What we do generally is we end up, the contractor is the one who ends up reusing it. So we get a little bit of a discount over the removal for that allocation. So effectively, if they were to charge X amount, say like $100 per tree or whatever that is, then you end up, they may take $20 off because they will, with the permission to reuse as mulch. So there would be a discount allocated to that. But regardless, we don't actually, we build that discount into our budget. So we always net the cost.
I see. Now, half of that, you know what, I'll work with you. I know that you got to make money, and I totally understand, but we're not going to sell the store. We're not going to give the store away. And
of course not.
I think half of that is what, is $46,200? Instead of going 70, I'll do it. I would recommend to my colleagues to make it 50,000. I know that you go low, we go high, and we negotiate.
We're good with that. We're good with that. We're good with that.
50,000?
Yes.
If my colleagues would agree to go up to 50,000 instead of 25,000, we'll get paid $25,000 more.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Okay,
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, here you go. All right.
You
We're
move
on,
to
agenda number 2.
that the mitigation fees would be 50,000 instead of 25 on this property.
Right, with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve regular agenda 10.2 with tree migration fees to be at $50,000 instead of $25,000.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the tree mitigation fund for agenda 10.2 in the amount of 50,000 rather than 25,000 as per the request. Any further discussion? Oh, yes. There you go. Any further discussion? There we go, Miss. Well, you're behind the podium, Miss Chasen. I'm sorry, you're so tiny. Okay, but thank you for moving your hands. I saw you.
I just have a question. Could you go back to the slide that showed? Thank you. Okay. The heritage trees that I'm looking at are garbage trees. Arizona ash, hackberry and mesquite cluster. The only ones I see up there that are worthy, pecan and a few others. But we're talking about heritage trees. They're not like garbage trees. If you have a hackberry tree, my neighbor has one, and it's like 60 feet tall. And the last 2 storms, they're brittle. They just go flying down. And I already told her, if you don't do something about that tree, and it flies down during a storm and breaks my fence or my pool or Gilda's next door, we're going to be after you. So you better have your insurance up to date. So to me, you're asking, and I understand it's a moot point because he's already agreed to this, but I just want to point out that a heritage tree, when I think of them, it's not a hackberry.
No, it's not the type of tree, it's the diameter. It's 45 inches and more, or something like that. It's huge.
So is the one next door to me.
Yeah, I know,
It's
but
huge.
that's what
But
deems
it
it
comes
a
down,
heritage.
and it's a danger.
Yeah.
And so you've got to look at that too.
And our code prohibits the removal of any heritage tree, regardless of species. That's what it says in the code. So I guess my question to Melinda would be, if you can't remove them, then the developer would have to develop around those heritage trees, right?
They would be required to, but
Yeah.
they may not be able to.
Yeah, but anyway, that's what I'm saying. So this is a compromise, and so I support the compromise,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Orozco.
I just want to
Yeah.
finish by saying that might be something you need to look at to change, because some of these trees, I've been here since, the 70s. Those trees, that tree in that backyard is huge. And if it falls, it's going to hit my house, even though I have a double lot.
Okay, thank you for those comments. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other questions or comments, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Appreciate the compromise. All right, very good. Then moving then to agenda 10.3, discussion and possible action on an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $696,758 from the enterprise fund balance and $320,000 from the general fund balance to purchase 100 acre-feet of water rights. And we have already held our first reading on September the 3rd. Now, this afternoon, or when was it? Let's see. Counselor Bradshaw let the manager and I know he was not going to be here on Sunday night late. And then today, we got a request via email that he'd like to postpone this. So
Correct. So Councilor Bradshaw asked if we could postpone the item.
Mm-hmm.
Melinda did get two more options for y'all that she'll go over briefly. But you could still adopt the budget adjustment and then direct us to move forward with that, or you could move to postpone. Move to postpone. I was getting ready to.
But I need a motion if anybody wants to.
So if y'all want to
postpone it.
postpone the item, he's requesting that the item be postponed. He would like to be here for that. But I do need a motion, a second, and a vote on the postponement.
I'd like to so move that, I got so many questions about this, and one of the things that I need to really, really look into this, and I'd like to hear the two other proposals. I would like to have Bradshaw be here as well to do this, to listen to it. This is pretty difficult, and I've been working on it as much as I can. I just haven't seen everything that I need to know about this in order to make a smart decision for the city. I'm contacting the Texas A&M Water Conservation and Technology Center, and they're helping out a lot. So if we could, I'd like to hear the two other proposals as we go forward, but I would like to make a motion to table this to, was it October 15th? And give us more time. One of the things that I was told by Mr. Yarnell about 4.5 years ago, and best advice I've gotten, it says if you're something that you're not sure of, if something that you need to research further, do not feel pressured to make a decision right away, because it's going to affect not only you but the city way after you're gone. So I like to really, really look into this. I have so many questions that I need to ask Ms. Moretz about this, but I can go ahead and send it to her for the next meeting. This way we'll be prepared, and she can just address them in a timely manner. So I'd like to make a motion to move this to 10:15 City Council meeting.
All right, yes, Ms. Howell.
I have a question. Are any of these places that you're looking at buying water, are they going to hold these contracts for another month to 6 weeks?
I would just like to note, based on her continuing the discussion, she has seconded this motion.
You just seconded the motion.
No, I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to, I just
I'm
need to
just
ask.
letting you know you did. and
Okay,
so
I'm sorry.
It doesn't, so that way it's for the record, so Sandra can mark it down in the minutes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Ms. Howell, who didn't know she seconded it.
Just wanted to question.
So then, we'll vote on postponing it to October 15th, is that correct?
Correct.
So, Mr. Martinez?
No.
Ms. Heil?
No.
Mr. Campos?
No.
And Mr. Orozco?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails, 3 noes and 1 aye. So we will go ahead and deal with the agenda item tonight and vote on it, or give direction, however we want to do it. Yes, Mr. Campos?
So I'd like to ask the question. We're not committing to purchase this 100 acres of acre feet of water. What we're voting on is really the budget adjustment?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So if you have a lower, you find out that there's people who are selling it for a lower price, you can still continue on. But we have the money committed to this. And I think that's the important thing, that we're not purchasing the water rights for this vote. It's just allocation of the budget.
Correct, and then I would still have to bring those agreements back to you for your approval. Like, I can't sign the contract for the sale without bringing that back for your approval.
And so I just wanted to mention to my colleague, that's why I didn't support the postponement, because this is only a budget adjustment. Okay? It's got to come back to us.
But also, I thought Ms. Howell was trying to make the point, and that was from last meeting, you said that the proposal you had presented they needed a decision tonight, right, on the budget adjustment. Was that correct?
He's waiting on a decision, but
Yeah.
I can let them know that we're waiting. In between that meeting and now, Councilmember Campos gave me the name of another person who is an agent for selling water rights. And
Okay.
so I contacted that person. He looked around for me and gave me a call. It was yesterday, I think, and today too. And so he's come up with a couple of them, and I gave y'all a little cheat sheet.
That's
Because I
right.
did hear some rumors about maybe I was doing something nefarious, and so I wanted to dispel that rumor.
Oh, no.
And to tell everybody, we get our water rights typically through the Regional Water Resource Development Group.
Right.
San Antonio River Authority was the agent for those people, and they have been for years, since 1998, the agency that went out and brokered deals for water leases and for water rights sales. San Antonio River Authority is no longer going to do that. And so what I did then was go to the Edwards Aquifer Authority site, and they have, if you go on the site, it's really neat. Go on there and click on seller and leasers, and it comes up with a list. Now, you have to be careful, because we can only buy Edwards Aquifer
Right.
water that's in the Cibolo West area in the San Antonio pool. So it limits where we can get our water from. But they have a whole list of people that are interested in either selling or leasing
Okay.
their water rights. But there's more information about that, because a lot of the leases are restricted by these people engaging in 2 of their programs, ASR program, and then there's a VISPO program as well. And so I've listed all of the leases on here that I've had so far, but I do have 2 more people that I called and I still haven't gotten a phone call back from. As far as the sale one, I've got one at 75 acre feet. It's $10,600 per acre foot. They don't want to close on it until next year, and it's also contingent upon the sale of his home. The rights on those are being leased to San Antonio Water System for the next 2 years. So if we needed, we can purchase them, but if we needed to use them in the next 2 years, we could not do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the estimated cost for that one's about $805,000. That's the cheapest one I've found so far. We have a 100 acre foot for sale at $11,000 per acre foot. The agent is going to ask, this is, the gentleman just called me back today, and he said he would ask if they're willing to sell now. But he also asked, if we were delayed, would we consider putting down earnest money?
Oh,
And so I said I'd
okay.
ask. The cost of that one is estimated 1.110 with closing costs. And he'll let us know if this offer is good by the end of the week. Then we have another 100 acre foot for sale at the $12,000 per acre foot, and that's the one that I
That was the one
presented
we had
at the
presented last time.
council meeting.
Okay.
And there was some question as to how that would go down. The person that is selling those is one of those that is listed on the Edwards Aquifer Authority page as being a seller. And so we would contract with our attorney to draw up the deeds, because this is real property. Once that deed is drawn up, then we would entitle or give it to Mission Title to do the title background search and all that stuff to protect our rights. And then once it's signed, we would file it. And so I just want to let you know that's how that goes down. We don't have a broker involved in that
Okay.
deal whatsoever.
Okay.
And then you've got some leases on here. I've got 2 more people that I'm contacting about leases. The Kinsel lease, it's 200 acre foot at $150 per acre foot for 5 years. It is under one of those forbearance programs at the EAA. And what that means is if, I don't know which one he's on, the ASR program, if the Edwards Aquifer drops below 500,000 acre feet, then the lease is suspended for a year.
Oh.
And because they're using that as a backup, as a bank, basically. And so if that happens during that 5 years, they would not charge us the 150 per acre foot, but we wouldn't be able to use the water either.
Exactly.
And so we'd be stuck back in the same place we are. That cost is $150,000, plus there's an EAA habitat fee, and I don't know what that is. The other lease that I found so far is 122 acre feet at 140 per acre foot, but only until the end of the year. The cost of that is $17,080 plus the EAA fees. This one typically only leases at the end of the year unless they're also under forbearance. So they've also joined one of those 2 programs down at Edwards Aquifer Authority.
Okay.
And so there's a chance you couldn't use the water. And after talking to several more of them, there's people that are saying, well, we want to keep our water rights, because I've asked them all if they want to sell. And they're like, no, this cute little lady, she was like, I told my children and I'll tell my grandkids, don't you ever sell water rights. I was like, okay, never mind, check out a lease instead. So anyway, those are some of the considerations that I want you to know. And then I also have, like I said, phone calls in to the rest of the people on the lease, on the Edwards Aquifer page. And there was one more on there that did say they were going to sell, and I believe they're in our area, the Cibola West area. So I want to get a hold of him, find out how much they would charge too.
Okay.
So that's just a little information sheet for y'all. This is about a budget adjustment. If I was to get the budget adjustment, any money that we don't use to purchase or lease, whichever the council decides to do, goes right back into whatever fund it came out of.
Okay. Now, Melinda, I had asked a question about, can you itemize the $72,000 in closing fees that you had presented last time? I thought, wow, that's awfully high.
Yeah.
What is that? So
just left over, and so
Okay.
I actually was able to get a quote from Mission Title, and on 100 acre feet, and at that price at 12,000, she said it'd be around 6,700.
Oh, wow.
But
Yeah.
I increased that to 10,000 because I
Okay.
don't know if there's any other fees that we would owe.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I thought that was an awful lot of money for closing fees. So that's why I wanted the itemization. Okay. Anyone else got a question? Yes, Mr. Shahade. Yeah, you emailed me a really good fact today. Is that what you were going to bring up about the $6,500 per house in impact fees?
Right. So
Okay, go
I
ahead.
wanted to present you with some data, not in support or against whatever decision you're making. I would just like to share with you some information that may be helpful in your decision. So as part of our business, we've been looking at water rights for the past 20 years. So they just happen to be in different geographies. And we were lucky enough to get advice back in 2007 as we were purchasing a large piece of land back in Canada that we should not be purchasing any land without water rights. And we were looking at 2,000 acres at that point in time of land. And we ended up striking a deal to purchase 640 acres of water rights. So acre foot, that is. We paid $1,500 per acre at that point in time.
How much?
1,500 an acre.
That was back
acre
in
foot.
2000.
Yeah.
That was back in 2007.
Boy, you're sitting on
Today,
a gold mine.
that is $20,000 worth where we live. $20,000 per acre. So just a fact. Okay. So so that's number one. Number two is the city does collect impact fees from new developments. I know because at Trilogy, and now we're looking at Seneca West. My understanding, and as I look at the new fees, it's $6,500 per house. $6,500 per house. Okay.
The impact fee.
That's the impact fee.
Yeah. Okay.
4,500 of that goes against water. Okay, new water. So effectively, when you're collecting impact fees, you are actually building up in your budget to purchase more water rights. Okay, it's important that, and most municipalities do that. That is I'm sorry, I'm feeling like I'm educating, But just because it's our business and we've been around a long time, so as such, when you're looking at revenues, for instance, just from Senna and Trilogy, 130 plus 67 homes, you're looking at 207 homes. Multiply that by $4,500 just for water. You're looking at about north of $900,000 just in impact fees specific to water coming from 2 projects. All right? With our project coming on board, 380 homes, just multiply by $4,500. It's a lot of probably a couple $1 million, right? So I'm just showing you. I'm sorry about the time, but I'm just showing you a little bit. Yeah,
sorry.
I'm just sharing with you, if I can tell you that lady that said I don't allow my kids to sell any water rights, that's a very smart lady, because it's a finite amount that exists. And to me, even though the lease may be low, it's almost like looking at renting a house versus buying, right? You buy for multiple reasons. You also buy for the hope that the prices are going to go up.
Yeah.
And honestly, water rights will be going up, guaranteed, right? So there's the tactical view of this, which is, yeah, absolutely. I'm 100% on board. If you can get to lease at $150 per year instead of paying $10,000, the math doesn't, it's a no-brainer. From a short-term perspective, absolutely. However, from a long-term perspective, this is a consideration for you. Is this something you want to spend money now on?
Okay.
Money that you may not want to use for other stuff, or if you need it for other stuff, then leasing it is.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. Do appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet. Yes, I like that analogy about renting versus
I did
buying.
include on the back page of that what you're going to get garner in water sales and the time period for that, and also how much in impact fees you'd be getting.
Right. Mr. Campos.
And just want to make sure my colleagues, if they're doing research, it really has to be for the Edwards Aquifer and the San Antonio Pool. So when
But in a specific area, west
Cibolo
of
West.
Cibolo West, it's got to be there.
And so
Yeah.
when you're, Councilman Orozco, if you talk to A&M, I know they're the smartest. You know, that's what we're known for.
Actually,
No, UT is.
I agree with you on that.
But make sure they're aware of that, because, when you start quoting from different areas, it has no application to the water that we're restricted to. And so that's the difficult part.
And you're absolutely true. Everything that I've been looking at, it's just giving me other areas, and it's not really what we have here. I did have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
And I know, I know that we're saying that if we can't go until January to we renew our lease with Edwards Aquifer. Is that correct?
We don't have any leases
We don't
at
have
this
any
time.
leases.
Well,
We
have
own
a-
it
we
all.
bought.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Bradshaw had mentioned that you were going to get him a lease versus that you buy. And I didn't see that number, but have we ever run out of water? Have you ever been fined?
Last year we went over by 5 acre feet.
Okay, and how much did that cost us?
I think it was like $1,200. Do you remember, Crystal?
Yeah. All right. Excuse me just a second. Mr. Campos wanted to comment on that. Go ahead.
$400, okay.
Yeah.
And
Mr. Orozco.
Mr. Campos had indicated the impact fees
Mr.
that we
Orozco.
should pass. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I'm sorry. Mr.
Could I
Campos
just
wanted just to
interject?
clarify
So
something.
what's,
Yeah.
we talked last time that, okay, why, if we were only over 5, let's pay and be done. But what's happening, SAWS has done a presentation on drought management, okay? And what's happened is that we're in a drought that has lasted more than 5 years. And so the aquifer level has been dropping, and we're getting into different stages that, we typically don't get into. And so that's what's causing this to be a very important issue about, we only have a finite amount, and we may not have an excess pretty much longer if we continue in the drought. And, we've had, what was brought up in this presentation is that there's been a lot of rain in Texas, but it's all north of Austin, and it's not affecting our recharge zone. and it's not recharging the well that's being monitored for putting us in the different drought stage. So I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, there's no more new homes. Why was this a problem? Why didn't we have this problem before? Well, it's because the drought situation is getting worse.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Roscoe, for your consideration. Go ahead, please.
If we go with another vendor, are we going to have to build a pipeline to get the water from their private property to us? Do we just get out of the aquifer, or
Right,
even though the aquifer, he's just said it's going down?
They're in the same pool as we are.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right. No
So
pipeline.
here's a pool, right?
Mhm.
We've all got our wells in this pool. So basically, he's got 100 acre foot, we got 1758. I buy that from him. Now he's down to 0 acre foot,
Mhm.
and I got it all. But our wells didn't move.
Yeah.
We're in the same pool.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. And thank you for putting it in layman's terms. Sometimes I need that. But I'll go ahead and just send you some of the other questions that I have.
Sure.
For our next, this way we can just expedite the time here. And I thank you so much. I think you've been very insightful, and I
I
appreciate
don't like
you.
the lease. I don't like a lease. And the reason I don't like a lease is because you've seen all the new development that's going on.
Mhm.
There is no telling when we're not going to be able to get a lease.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to assure that we have water for the future is to own them. And it is real property.
Okay, just one last statement.
Go ahead.
And I'm not against purchasing the water. I know we need to get the water. I'm just opposing the price.
Yeah.
And trying to, do we go out for bids? Do we get our best option that Leon Valley could? That's exactly where we're going at.
We
I
don't
believe
go
in being
out
safe than sorry.
We don't go out for bids for property. This is real property. So you don't go out for bids for property.
Okay. Yes, and thank you so much.
Uh-huh. Well, and I had asked you, Melinda, because I'm wondering, what's our competition in the municipalities? We have 26 in Bexar County, so how many municipalities are on leased water for 1 year? So after that 1 year, they're going to be looking for more leased water.
Yes,
and you came up with just one?
One
One
so
person
far.
got back with you, it was Alamo Heights.
Right. Only one got back with me so
Yeah.
far, but Alamo Heights
So,
did. And
anyway.
they leased a bunch of water, but it was only for a year.
Mm-hmm. But when you own it, you own it. And then, did you tell us last time that if we own the water and we have a wet year or whatever, we're able to sell the water if somebody else needs it?
Lease it back.
Or lease it back? Okay. All right, not sell it, but lease it back. There we go.
Right. We would probably
All
put
right.
ourselves on the list at the Edwards Aquifer and offer it for lease.
And then the other thing is, I know many years ago, we looked at selling our water company, just as, this was years ago, but I remember the people making the comment that they couldn't believe we had so much water that we purchased. They were very impressed with that.
We have
So-
about 9 million in water rights.
Okay, 9 million. Okay.
And the company that wanted to purchase our water company was going to lease those from us for about $800,000 a year.
Mhm. Okay, thank you for that. Couldn't remember what that was all about. But Mr. Martinez, did you have something?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We are just doing a budget adjustment
Yes, sir.
tonight. So if we approve this 100 acre feet and will the seller hold it till the 15 or till our next council meeting to or is there a chance that he's going to sell it to somebody else and we're going to lose it?
Yes, we don't have any earnest money down. All 3 sellers would have that option.
So really, we need to make a decision tonight to give you the authority to buy this water rights.
The budget adjustment, yes.
Yes.
I still haven't heard back, like I said, from the one that was the 11,600, which I don't like that one, but the 11,000, per acre foot. That one I need to get confirmation on from Mr.
Okay,
Benson.
so if we were to agree to give you the $12,000 and you can buy it for $11,000 for the same thing, then you have the authority to do it.
She would have the authority to do it.
Or
go
somebody
search
would have
for
the
it.
authority
Yes.
to do it.
So what it does is it would show the seller that we're serious, we have the
Right.
money available, we would negotiate a contract. I can't just sign the contract, I still have to bring the contract back. All y'all are approving tonight is the budget adjustment, so I can go to the seller, show them I have the money, and we can begin a serious conversation
and get those documents, and then we would send them to the attorney would review them, we'd send them to you, put that on a council agenda for approval.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion, we approve this at $12,000.
It's not for that. The budget adjustment is,
Whatever the budget adjustment is.
900 and whatever. Okay, we'll have the motion. We'll have the motion. I need a second. Yeah.
Okay,
There it is.
I agree, I make a motion, we approve this as presented.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Campos to approve the budget adjustment as presented in agenda item 10.3. Any further discussion? I have some discussion.
I got further
Okay.
discussion.
Yes, okay. The $696,758, that's part of the budget adjustments coming from the impact fees. I just want clarification, my understanding from the last meeting, that as we collect more impact fees from this new home development, because that's how we collect it, we will then replenish the
yes, ma'am.
enterprise fund, right?
Yes, ma'am. It can only
So-
be used for
right.
water rights or
So we're
for other
taking it out,
infrastructure.
but over the course of the next 2 or 3 years, when we collect impact, or 1 year, whatever, we're going to be able to replenish that. Now, what about the general fund reserve?
Do you want me to pay you back?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just wondering. Can you? But you can't. Can you pay that back? You can't. Can you pay the impact fees into the general fund?
No, you would.
No,
you
I
would
didn't think so.
pay
I thought you had to keep it in the enterprise.
from the general fund, and you would give it to the enterprise fund.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, I
so-
see.
So now it's a question of, do you want that back
Oh, okay.
as I get my impact fees in? Or can I keep it? No.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious. I knew about the enterprise fund. I didn't know about the general fund. So, all right. That sounds good. I'm just thinking that it's a win-win, as far as getting the enterprise fund replenished. So, okay. Yes, Ms. Heil.
So we can lease the water to other cities that would
If we
need
don't
it.
need
and
it.
If we don't need it. And we'd have like a year lease or whatever they agreed upon.
I think the last lease we did, because we had abundance of water and we weren't in stage 3 and 4 all the time, was a 3-year lease.
Okay.
Okay.
And then plus here, it doesn't tell us, we're going to be collecting water rates too. Everybody's going to be paying a bill.
Right. And so if you look on the back page of your paper that I gave you,
Right.
you're looking at, if all of the new development was built right now, let's say they're all in place, it would take you 3.56 years to pay this off. And that's just with water sales. The impact fees that you're going to have coming in from all the new development is $1.848 million.
Okay, but this is 100 acres more. But you were saying in your presentation last month we need 300
Yes,
acres.
ma'am,
So
we
we
do.
still need 200 acre feet to meet the future needs
Right,
of
it's
the
not
538 homes plus.
Right, it's not urgent for right now,
Yeah.
but we need to be prepared. If we have a
Okay.
total build-out between 13,000 and 15,000 people, we've calculated that you're going to need at least 258 acre-foot of water.
Okay, very good.
And at that time, it may be prudent that you look at leases.
Okay.
Most cities have a mix of purchase and lease. So as we get closer to that build-out, you may be looking at a 5-year lease
At a reduced rate, yeah. Mr.
Okay,
Orozco, you
and
said
just
you had
to
further questions.
Piggyback on what Mr. Martinez was going on and where he was going with this, I'm not too concerned about the time restraints. I believe that there was going to be somebody there that's wants to make some money on their water. Just to make sure, City Council is going to make the final determination of who we go with. Is that where it's going at, Dr. Caldera?
I'm going to bring you back the least or the lowest cost. So if the guy comes back and willing to sell the 100 acre feet for 11,000 an acre foot, that's the contract I'm going to bring back.
But the final decision is up to the council, correct?
The
And not-
contract itself will be up to y'all, yes.
Okay.
Because I can't sell I can't just sign off, the vote tonight is for a budget adjustment. The vote tonight isn't a contract with a certain person to
It's-
sell the real property. The budget adjustment allows us to begin those negotiations and show the seller that we have the money allocated to be able to do that. So if I only have, if at the end of the day, the only one we have is the 12,000 an acre foot, that's the contract I'll bring back to y'all is the 12,000. You already have the budget, but y'all could say, y'all don't, agree with that contract or their provisions or whatever, and then it goes
Yeah,
away.
I can see you having the upper hand, having the money in hand. to make negotiations. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
it's the budget adjustment is $930,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe we already have a motion and a second, and we're in discussion. So, Mr. Campos, further discussion.
One final question that I have. So is there a way that we can lend the enterprise fund this 233,000, and then when it gets replenished, it could pay the general fund back? Is that something you could work out?
That's a finance question. I think
Yeah,
you can.
so you can, so essentially what you're doing is you're doing a budget adjustment and moving the money to general fund into the enterprise fund. And so when you collect the impact fees or you collect the money, you're basically paying back the general fund for the 233.
I mean,
But I would want to
we
make
can
sure.
certainly show that that's the purpose it was used for. So legally, I would think you can, but.
What do you think?
Okay.
Can we do
And-
that?
That's what I'd like
Okay.
to make sure that we come back and replenish the general fund for this advance.
And I agree with that, definitely.
Do we need to put that in the motion, or is that
It's
just
just as
understood?
present, I mean, it's just as presented. It's always at council direction, and so when the money comes back in, you can say, okay, hey, guys, we got the money back.
Okay.
We need to put it back, and so
Okay.
then that's all we would do.
Well, and you do that every year with your budget. I mean, every year with your budget, you approve taking money from the enterprise fund to the general fund just in your personnel salaries alone.
That's right.
So it's a budgetary item.
Okay, all right, very good.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? All right, let's vote on it. Oh, yes, Mr. Yarnell, go right ahead. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I
Welcome.
like where you're going with this, but as I remember, Ms. Moritz told us that there's two other people standing in line to make this purchase? For this 12,000.
Correct.
So it seems like a good deal for two other people. I mean, two other entities, whoever they, cities, I guess, right? They're cities?
No, I don't
I
think
don't
so.
know who they are. I think one of them is a city.
Oh,
But we
okay.
also have two others that are cheaper than this that we need to explore.
Right, I understand that. but,
Okay, right, that's what I understood too.
There's two other people standing in line to get the deal we've got on our table. So if you turn it down, two other people are going to have an option on it.
Okay,
So proceed with what you're doing.
okay. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the budget adjustment as presented on the water issue, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does pass, 4 ayes and no nays, with Mr. Bradshaw not here. Okay, very good. All right, then moving on to agenda item number 11. This is request from the city council members to add any future agenda items. Is there any discussion there? Mr. Campos, go ahead.
Could I ask a clarification? So on the October the 19th meeting, that's for water and sewer infrastructure discussion, could we put in there something about what we've gotten back on our assessment on the sewer lines that they've cleaned and televised?
That's what we're hoping. We're hoping to have all of the information, whether or not you can, any really broken pipe, any pipes that look like it's going to collapse, any of that piping, what that looks like. And so we're hoping to have that whole report. That's why we asked for the meeting in October and not right away in September, because those are the dates everybody said they would have all the information, Ardura, the televising guy, and so we can give you all of the information on October 19th.
Thank you.
Okay, and I had also shared with the manager today that I'd like a history of the enterprise fund. You know, I mean, the water company, when did it start? And yeah, but you know, if we have that was, I think, for that meeting, for the October 19th meeting, just to put it in perspective. And the second thing I requested, and I know, and that's if we can do apples to apples, and that's SAW's residential basic water rate versus the city of Leon Valley basic water rate, just so we have that information and we go from there. So anyway.
Which I think Melinda has already given to you.
Yeah,
Somebody asked
so-
for it and she had given it to you already. But we'll get
And
it to you.
then if there's, I just was going back through the list of tons of things that we have on our list. You know, something we started and we never have finished, and that's our mission, vision, and goals. And I was just wondering, should we, you know, take that up sometime? I'm just asking.
So,
So-
I didn't know if that was something, because we all did the mission statement, and so
And the
I didn't
vision,
know.
but we didn't do the goals.
So the goals, when I did the first round, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought maybe y'all said y'all wanted to take it at the town hall meeting, like to have the conversation of the, like,
Okay, maybe
goals? I don't know.
okay. I just would like to tie that loop because that's
Sure,
our.
it's on my, I mean, it's still on the list.
Yeah, that's on
but
our,
yeah.
it's still on the, but just wanted, okay, so is everybody agree just to put it on the town hall then, that we could, okay, that's good enough for me. All right, sounds good. Well, we are going to go back, we're not going to adjourn, but we're going to go back to our 2.1 and head back into executive session to discuss, and it's 8:36, to discuss the amendment to the purchase contract between the City of Leon Valley and One Stop LP. So at 8:36, we'll move to another executive session, stand in recess, and then we'll be back. All right, thank you. back into executive session for the second time at 9:54 on Tuesday, September the 17th, and we stand in line for a motion. Mr. Martinez.
I make a motion to approve the redaction and inclusions as provided between the City of Leon Valley and One Stop Group.
I second.
All right. We have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Orozco pertaining to the City of Leon Valley and One Stop as presented. Any further discussion? Yes.
So for the citizens, this agreement will be available through open records, available?
Request, and I'll ask Sandra to include it as part of the minutes.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay. Thank you all very much. All right.
Safe travels.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Oh, here we go.
And then, will you give me a draft commitment letter?
You need to fix the agenda.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Took me a second.
I do need to
change.
officially adjourn the meeting. I'm sorry. We're kind of out of sync here. I apologize. So if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at 9:56 on September 17th. Thank y'all. Have a good evening.